docket. There it is. I'd like to call the May regular board meeting to end. At this point, we will have our roll call. Ms. Bowie, if you'd call the roll, please.
Good afternoon. Pete Wildebohr.
Present.
Pat Bradford.
I am here.
Josie Barnhart. Stephanie Craybill.
Here.
Melissa Mason.
Here.
Hugh McManus. And Stephanie Walker.
Here.
Here, excuse me, it's here.
I think he's here mostly. Board members, I would call for a approval of the agenda. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Ms. Bradford moved.
I'd like to amend the agenda, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
I'd like to, well, do I need to wait for a second? I'd like to add, right before the vote for the new attorney, a short discussion to potentially adopt a resolution in support of the SBI release documentation for discussion and potentially adopt a resolution openly as a board.
Okay, so we have a first. I will second that.
Okay.
So we have a first and a second for the motion to.
That again, I was
Can
like,
you say that again, please?
yeah, it was a lot of words.
I would like for us to consider adopting a motion, a resolution for Attorney Josh Stein's office to release the SBI documentation.
To request for them
Request.
to do that.
So are we going to discuss that a little bit?
Yeah,
Okay.
we're going to.
No, I mean to discuss to add.
Yes.
My suggestion would be if we're going to add that, then we might want to have a closed session discussion to talk about what we want to do to make sure that we understand, pros and cons of doing such. So does that make sense? Got to press your button.
Right, well, I think if it's right before legal services, we will have had a closed session after call the audience. Is that right?
Okay.
So there will be an opportunity for
Okay.
legal questions.
Okay, yeah.
Then, yeah,
Okay.
that's
Okay.
all.
All right, so we have a motion, a second. Is there any other discussion about it? If not, let's do a roll call just to make sure, please.
Ms. Barnhart.
Yes.
Ms. Craybill.
Yes.
Ms. Mason.
Yes.
Mr. McManus.
Yes.
Ms. Walker.
Yes.
Ms. Bradford.
Yes.
And Mr. Wildebohr.
Aye. Passes 7-0. So we're back to our original motion to approve the amended agenda. We have a first and second. Any other discussion? If not, all in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Also passes 7-0. Next on our agenda, we have an invocation. We would like to call forward the Imam Abdul Rahman Sharif from the Talud Islamic Center. Please stand.
Back of the merciful Redeemer, the Most High, the Mighty, the Wise, the incomparably great, giver of all that is good, acceptor of what only is good. We pray for your divine providence upon this Hanover County School Board of Education meeting. Grant board members and staff the best jurisprudence and insightful intellect in all decision-making affairs and policies. Allow inspiration that will influence and impact all students to pursue the excellence of human potential, and grant them inspiration that will influence love and appreciation for attending school, and promote excellence and perfection as a goal to be future leaders in the American society. And when this meeting comes to an end, bless all present with a safe return to their intended destination. Amen.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next, we will have the Ashley High School ROTC Color Guard Unit provide the presentation of colors, and it's under the direction of Lieutenant Colonel Robert Reiner, Principal Patrick McCarty. As they come forward, we'll have the Myrtle Grove Middle School student Addie Daniels providing the national anthem under the direction of Jamie Wood, Choral Director, Principal Cindy Bliss.
Right, turn, right.
We've asked Board Member Hugh McManus to lead the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Thank you. You may be seated. We would invite the Ashley Junior ROTC to come back and introduce themselves, as well as our wonderful young lady that sang for us, if you wouldn't mind coming forward. Sorry? Oh, and the guitar player too. Yes, absolutely. Would you guys come forward, please?
I'm Addie Daniels. Hi, I'm Katie Kripes.
Hi, I'm Nash Dallas.
Hi, I'm Hayden Cornelli.
Hello, I'm Kaylee Signorello.
Good evening, I'm Tyler Simpson.
Hello, I'm Isaiah Andrade.
Thank you for being here. And thank you for being here. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you. My work shoes on here.
Again, thank you all for being here today. It was wonderful. We're going to continue now with our recognitions. Clarice, I believe. Just going to be heading it up.
Good evening, Board Chair, Vice Chair, Dr. Faust, and members of the Board of Education. I am here this evening with your recognitions for tonight. First up, we would like to recognize our Board of Education Future Teacher Scholarship recipients. Congratulations to the 2023 New Hanover County Board of Education Student Scholarship winners for future teachers. The Board of Education recognizes the critical role that future educators play in shaping the quality of education in New Hanover County. The winners of this scholarship will receive $28,000 each. The scholarship will support these 4 students in pursuing their education at an accredited North Carolina community college, or university of their choosing. We applaud the scholarship recipients for their dedication to the field of education and their commitment to positively impacting the lives of students in New Hanover County. Congratulations again on the significant achievement, and we look forward to welcoming these 4 students back in a few years as gifted and qualified educators. Stella Few, Laney High School. Isabella Gonzalez, Ashley High School. Nicholas Klein, Laney High School. Reagan Lanier, Laney High School. Congratulations again to you 4. Our next recognition is our Distinguished Leadership in Practice program. Congratulations to the following principals. They recently completed the Distinguished Leadership in Practice program, a year-long leadership development program for practicing school principals across North Carolina. The program is designed and provided by NC Principals and Assistant Principals Association, also known as NC PAPA. The program uses a non-traditional professional development model aligned with the performance evaluation standards adopted by the State Board of Education for North Carolina school leaders. Join me in congratulating Principals Deanna Leek, Sabra Wright, Brent Hall, Lauren Napola, Christiane May, and Paul Slavic. Congratulations again to these principals. I am thrilled to be able to recognize another new Hanover County School staff member whose quick thinking and swift action has saved a life. When a student began to choke on a plastic ring from a water bottle, Ms. Tara Huntsman, school counselor at Forest Hills Global Elementary, immediately sprang into action. She performed the Heimlich maneuver without hesitation, which dislodged the obstruction from the student's throat and prevented a tragedy from occurring. Your courage and presence of mind in that moment is a testament of your dedication to our students' welfare. Your selfless act exemplifies what it means to be a true educator and a caring community member. We are proud to have you as a part of our school, and your actions have inspired us all to be more aware and ready to impact change. On behalf of the entire school community, we extend our deepest appreciation and gratitude to you, Ms. Huntsman. Please join me up here for your recognition this evening. Our next recognition celebrates the incredible talents of our young artists who have won the Azalea Festival Art Contest. These talented students have demonstrated a remarkable ability to capture the beauty and essence of our community through their artwork. Their creativity and dedication have produced some truly stunning pieces showcasing a range of styles, techniques, and mediums. From colorful paintings to intricate drawings and everything in between, these artworks are a true testament to the imagination and skill of our young artists. Congratulations to the following New Hanover County School winners of the Azalea Festival Art Contest: Tallulah Kopp, Carmen Politis, Kygo Roach, Brinley Shalowski, and Emma Ditson. For our final recognition, I would like to invite Addison Daniels back up to the front. Addie Daniels is an 8th grade Myrtle Grove Middle School student. She was selected for the prestigious 2022 North Carolina Middle School Honors Chorus. This was Addie's 3rd year being selected for the North Carolina Honors Chorus, having served for 2 years as an elementary school student. Ms. Daniels was the only middle school singer from New Hanover County Schools to have been selected for the choir this year, and she represented her school and district at the highest standard. Addie and other students were recognized at the concert held at the North Carolina School of the Arts Stevens Center this past winter. I am pleased to have Addie back up front with her, who we just heard moments ago do our national anthem. Congratulations to Addison for her hard work, talent, and determination, as well as Krista Faison, our interim art supervisor, and Jamie Woods, Addison's chorus teacher at Myrtle Grove Middle School. That concludes our recognitions from the evening. Thank you.
All right, we'll continue now with the approval of the minutes. Do we hear a motion?
So moved.
So moved, Ms. Bradford, second. Ms. Craybill, you second? Okay. All right. Ms. Craybill, what would you like to pull off?
Yes, the one I want to pull off to discuss is the meeting minutes from our 424, our board agenda review.
Okay, April 424. Okay, agenda review from April 24th. So we have a first to approve the rest of them, and then we'll go back to that one. Is there a second? That's again to approve all the meeting notes except for April 24th.
I'll second.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. Any other discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 7-0. Ms. Craybill.
Yes, sir. If we go back and look at that, I think that we need to have the minutes reflect that we changed the agenda to allow the law firms who were late to go later in the meeting, and that we did that with no vote from the board. So I just think that we should have that reflected in minutes.
And as my recollection was that they were given a different time. Ms. Sutton, can you speak to that? Please?
Yes, there was some miscommunication as far as, I think, how the agenda was laid out versus the times that the firms were asked to come to present. So I think we did adjust the agenda based on the times that the individuals were set to present originally. Does that
Yeah,
answer your
and
question?
I don't have any problem
Okay.
with that happening. I just think that the minutes should reflect
Right.
that we changed the agenda because we did.
Okay.
And,
Okay.
but we didn't take a vote, to change the agenda.
Okay,
We just sort of, some people said, I don't want to do it now, I want to wait, and some people were like, okay, but we didn't ever vote. So I just think
Okay.
that if anybody else cares about that level of detail.
We have a motion to make that amendment, and anybody have an opinion on that or discussion?
Need a second. Does it need a second? I'll
Do we-
second it.
do we- yes, let me start with that. Do we have a second?
Second.
Ms. Walker, okay, Ms. Walker seconds. Any additional discussion on that? If not, all in agreement, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Passes 7-0. So the amended. Let's now vote
Thank you.
on passing that. So we've amended that. All in favor of now approving the amended agenda review for April 24th. I'll say that 4 times really quick. Please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Again, passes 7-0. At this time, we will move on with our student voice. Welcome, welcome.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for having us. I am Cassidy Thompson, a junior at Hoggard High School.
Hi, I am Tanea Toon, and I am a sophomore at Laney High School.
We just wanted to share some updates with you guys on what we've been up to and what some of our next steps are. So first of all, our Student Voice website is up and running. Ms. Clegg has been working hard to get that set up for us, so it's on the EDI page of the New Hanover County Schools website, and we've revised our mission statement and been working hard on that. Mr. Johnson is also going to be handing over the Empower Ed newsletter to Student Voice to kind of use it for our purposes, and just we're going to be dealing with that from now on. And another thing is, some members of our team were able to go to the Equity Summit last Friday, which was such a positive experience. There were over 175 students from different schools there, and it was great. We got to set up a booth, we made a poster, and got some more students to sign up. We have some more students who have shown interest now from a variety of different schools. So before I hand it over to Taneo to talk about our next steps, we're just super excited that all of this is coming to fruition, that we're growing out of our just idea phase and into the implementation phase, and that next school year we will actually have a lot of students from different schools that will be able to talk about and impact real decisions. It's just super exciting, and we're so grateful for this opportunity and excited to see what the next year will hold.
Hi guys, I'm here now to talk about our next steps. So for the next school year, some of our next steps are to get our interest form out and to get our kickoff summit and our application ready for the next school year, so students will know who we are and what we do, and if they are interested, they will be able to apply. Another one of our steps is to send out that application in August, right when the school year starts, so that we can get going and running throughout the school year. To have that kickoff summer in the fall, and to establish norms for our team so that students know what they are expected, of doing while they're in our group, and so that they know, how to carry themselves and just, what to do while they're in our group. And that's what we're trying to do, as the new, school year gets here.
And one more thing to add, just about our norms. We've been discussing this with our team, is we want to make sure that our Student Voice team is one that just cultivates an atmosphere of respect, and that we're not just here to complain, but we're here to just offer proactive solutions, and that it will be a place where we can just understand that our views will not always align, but appreciate what we can learn from each other. And we really want it to be a diverse group. We'll definitely make that a point in when we're sorting through the applications. We want students from all the schools in the county who come from different backgrounds, so that we can hear from all different types of students, and we can all have a chance to make an impact on our education. So that's our updates we have for you guys. If you have any questions.
Any questions, board members? Ms. Walker?
Hold on.
You did.
Yeah, so I just get my mic on. First, I want to say, well done. I know doing an initiative like this from the ground up is a very difficult thing to do. One, to form, and two, to get it all together and keep it going. And I know how hard you guys have been working, so I want to say I appreciate that very much. I think for us, I assume when the forms go out, you'll have on there what committees maybe people want to serve on, board committees. And by that time, hopefully, we'll have had our applications done, so we can, be able to give you guys that too. But anyway, I just wanted to thank you, because y'all have worked very, very hard, and I appreciate you coming back. And I want to hear an update every month, no matter what it is. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Ms. Graybill?
For the students that you talk to in there, just to give them our best on taking their AP exams, their end of grade tests, their end of course tests. They may be already finished by the time our next board meeting happens. So getting all this planned and still doing your job of being the students that you are is important. So thank you for that.
Thank you so much.
Mr. McManus?
I just want to add to what both have said. I can remember when this first came to discussion, and we were so excited. I know that some boards would be hesitant to have students starting to involve and ask questions. I think for us to represent every single one of you, we need to listen. That's what we're here for. We may not always agree, we can do it, but we need your
Thank you so much.
Yes. And I'll just add that, again, thank you for coming up and speaking. It takes a lot to get in front of all these adults, so thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity and all your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Good. Have a great rest of your day. Thank you.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much.
I believe next on our agenda will be the superintendent's report. Dr. Faust?
Good evening. First and foremost, I'd like to express my appreciation to our 45 exceptional school principals whose dedication was celebrated yesterday on National School Principals Day. Their hard work and leadership have been essential in fostering a positive learning environment for all of our students. I'm also delighted to announce that just moments ago, we awarded the Board of Education student scholarships for future teachers. These 4 scholarships, valued up to $28,000 each, will enable promising students to pursue their aspirations of becoming educators at accredited North Carolina institutes, contributing to the future of our district and beyond. This week, we'll be celebrating a significant accomplishment, the graduation of our inaugural Career and Leadership Development Academy cohort in collaboration with the Chamber of Commerce. The program allowed middle school students to acquire career, leadership, and education pathway knowledge, building their leadership skills and highlighting employable skills needed for today's workforce. This innovative program has not only enhanced the professional skills of our students, but also nurtured the next generation of community leaders. Later this week, we'll be hosting our Educator of the Year celebration, where we will recognize all of our outstanding finalists and announce the overall Educator of the Year. The deserving winner will receive a cash prize of approximately $6,500, while all finalists will be honored with special prizes and gifts as a token of our appreciation for their exceptional work and dedication to our students. As we approach the end of the year, our dedicated staff and students are diligently preparing for end-of-grade tests and graduation ceremonies. Simultaneously, we are laying the groundwork for a successful upcoming academic year by identifying areas of improvement and developing strategic plans. The safety of our students remain a top priority, and we have been working relentlessly to make necessary enhancements in our school buildings. These improvements will ensure a secure and supportive environment where our students can thrive. To wrap up, I want to extend my deepest gratitude to the entire community, entire school community, for their unwavering commitment and hard work throughout this school year. Your collective efforts have made these accomplishments possible and have positioned us for continued success in the future. Thank you for your dedication to our district and to the students we serve. Thank you. This concludes my.
Thank you, Dr. Faust. And I think I'm going to have move that because you stole half of my thunder right here. I was just a couple things I had, and I'm going to do something a little bit different at the end. But first off, I enjoyed working with and interviewing the Teachers of the Year and Principals of the Year. What a great opportunity to meet with some wonderful people. We actually had a former Teacher of the Year, that Ms. Abby Nobles, and I believe she's still here. Is Abby still here? I've asked her to come forward. She's going to share an idea with us real quickly that I think is outstanding. Thank you for being here.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, everyone. The 2022 New Hanover County Schools District and Overall Teachers of the Year team, Stephen O'Neill, Melissa Allen, Elizabeth Rappold, in conjunction with myself, the 2022 Southeast Regional Teacher of the Year, are excited to recommend to the board their desire to have a 1 to 2 minute spot each month at the board meetings for Teacher of the Year representatives to share teacher voice and positive engagement from around New Hanover County schools. As key stakeholders on the ground, they are excited to rotate each 1 to 2 minute spotlight to highlight our great teacher leaders and activity in New Hanover County schools. So that's an idea that my team and I came up with, and we would love your support to make that happen and that place on the board agenda happen. So thank you.
Thank you very much. We were sitting down chatting, and she came up with that idea, and I said, we have student voice, but wouldn't it be great to also hear from educators and educator voice? So I think that'd be awesome, something for us to talk about in the future. Additionally, I was going to mention that the future teacher scholarship interviews, we were all part of that, and boy, I tell you, it was eye-opening. It was wonderful. The young folks that we saw here today, with additional there were 3 other additional students that also interviewed for that, and just what a joy to hear these young people and all their positivity, their wonderful ideas, and the fact that they just want to come back and work here in New Hanover County Schools so much. I also wanted to mention that we had site visits as we announced the Teachers of the Year, and boy, I tell you, there were some of them that were very, very surprised. So tears were once again flowing, and just some wonderful teachers doing wonderfully, just doing a super job with their students throughout the school district. So would like to highlight all the Teachers of the Year and congratulate them, as well as the Principals of the Year. And finally, I have a quick announcement from Mrs. Mason.
So I announced this last month, but it was right at the end, and I wanted to just make sure that everybody else could hear it because I think it's a great opportunity for parents. The New Hanover County Schools Advisory Council for Exceptional Children are putting on a parent forum. It's titled Parents as Partners in the IEP Process. It will be happening Thursday, May 18th from 7:30 to 8:30, and it's going to be online via Zoom. I'm pretty certain they're going to be sending this information home with parents, but I really wanted to just highlight it because I think that the people on this committee have been doing so much good and hard work to make this a phenomenal forum. So hope that parents can come and participate.
Thank you, Ms. Mason. And that ends my report. Next on our agenda is the call of the audience. Ms. Bradford will be calling the names as usual.
Ready to go? Christina Mercer.
Good evening. I'm here tonight because I'm tired of playing games. I'm tired of these side issues that keep the board from focusing on what really impacts students and teachers in New Hanover County's public schools. First, I cannot fathom your insistence on being content with the most minimum state requirements for funding and staffing. For decades, employees have known that the state numbers are ridiculous, and the only way to strengthen the schools is to enhance those numbers. In order to do this, the board and the county commissioners have to work together. Yet we have a superintendent who keeps telling them we're fully staffed, and a board who gives condescending presentations about the budget. I hear you speak about improving student achievement, but you all are expecting caviar on a hamburger budget. Why should students strive to race to the top if you're satisfied with the bottom? It's part of your job to advocate for more funding. Why don't you do it? Also, there are dozens of abuse victims from teachers who were allowed to continue teaching for decades despite whispers of misbehaviors. This predates you all, but you could finish the lawsuit and put the money towards that by simply settling. Surely there is a point where legal fees exceed what the school system was hoping to save in settlement money. Do it. Help these victims move on with their lives and begin to work through the trauma. And last, I spent the last years of my career at the alternative school, and I'm telling you definitively, this school system doesn't discipline students consistently. Minority students are more likely to receive a harsher punishment than their white peers for the same offense. Students with disabilities aren't immune from being suspended, and even long-term suspended, even if their infraction was directly related to their disability. I had been hopeful when the new behavior matrix came out, but it became quickly obvious that no one was following it. In closing, you represent New Hanover County Schools. It is your job to advocate for what is best for all students. Are you going to spend your time chasing and resolving non-issues created by non-educators, or are you going to actually work together to create a better school system for all students? Thank you.
Thank you. Karen Clark.
I speak in the name of Jesus for love to overflow, for the spirit of wisdom and revelation. For the foolish things of God have proven to be wiser than human wisdom, and the feeble things of God have proven to be far more powerful than any human ability. I pray the wisdom from above will enter your heart, and a deep fountain of truth will be opened inside of you. I pray His grace will flood you with bold courage, giving you the ability to move forward in spite of what you see, that you will not be easily shaken by trouble, nor led astray by novel teachings or by false doctrines of deceivers who teach clever lies. But instead you will remain strong and always sincere in love as you express the truth. So in awe before the Father of our Lord Jesus, the perfect Father of every child in heaven and on the earth, I pray that He would unveil within you the unlimited riches of His glory and favor, until supernatural strength floods your innermost being with His divine might and explosive power. Then the resting place of His love will become the very source and root of your life. Never doubt God's mighty power to work in you. He will achieve infinitely more than your greatest request, your most unbelievable dream, and exceed your wildest imagination. His miraculous power outdoes them all, constantly energizing you. We give God all the glorious praise that rises from every generation.
Thank you, Ms.
Through
Clark.
Jesus and
You're out of
all
time.
that will yet be manifest through eternity. Amen.
Thumbs up.
Peter Radovich.
Did you know that the words equity and equitable appear 27 times in the New Hanover County School Board Policy Manual? For example, in Policy 4300, it states student behavior policies are provided to establish a system that ensures the equitable treatment of all students. In other words, white students should make up about 58% of the out-of-school suspensions, and about 18% would be black students, because 58% of the student population is white and 18% is black. With equitable treatment, there's justice. Now, the word equal appears 50 times in the school board policies. In Policy 2130, it states that an equal amount of budgeted funds will be allocated for each board member for conferences, conventions, or other board development activities. That is, you all get a fair and consistent amount of money. So tonight, as you consider Policy 3610, Counseling Program, look for the word equitable. Spoiler alert, it's not there. Because all of our students' needs are different, school counselors must be able to provide equitable access to opportunities. And if they're already doing it, fabulous. Just put it in the policy. Fair and consistent access would be an injustice. With equitable access, justice prevails.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Radowich. Chris Sutton.
I noticed that apparently we had another child almost die, and yet we're still dragging our feet on getting an airway clearance device. This is getting ridiculous. If we have a child die, that's going to lay on all y'all's heads. It's wrong, okay? You have to watch how you speak to attorneys, because one word can change an entire conversation. So for instance, Ms. Bradford, you asked about the elephant in the room. You asked about a conflict of interest. You said there was none. But there's a perceived conflict of interest, and he knew this because he brought up the Port City Daily article in which even Ms. Adams quoted as saying the board would speak about the perceived conflict of interest in closed session. All a perceived conflict of interest is if a reasonable person can look at the details and state that there is a chance that someone might make a bad decision or a slanted interpretation because they have some type of gain or something to get. Liberty Mutual, I asked y'all to see how much money we spent to fight the victim. Liberty Mutual paid Tharrington Smith to fight the victims. I believe it's close to $1 million. That's just one lawsuit. They work with Liberty Mutual on potentially multiple lawsuits, so we're talking millions of dollars potentially. That is an inherent perceived conflict of interest, and he ducked the conversation on a technicality because perceived was not added in. That is ridiculous. Call to audience has two problems that have been discussed. Teachers and staff being unable to sign up at exactly 8 a.m. due to organized groups blocking out a chunk of call to audience posts. Both of these problems can be accomplished without the lottery system that y'all are trying to introduce. We could create a teacher voice agenda item before call to audience that allows teachers to be heard without competing with the rest of the community. I believe there's a significant difference in perception of what the value of call to audience is. I believe some members believe it is a waste of time, just a mandated part of the process. Others, including myself, believe that citizen participation is mandated because it is our new soapbox in the town square. It is our opportunity to not only address our elected officials, but also raise concerns with the community. I didn't know we were locking kids in closets until a parent spoke at a call to audience.
Thank you, Mr.
She
Sutton.
helped raise awareness and shut down the seclusion rooms. Thank you.
Thank you. Denise, you now.
Good evening. My name is Denise Yanone. I am the president of the New Hanover County Special Education Parent-Teacher Association. With Teacher Appreciation Week upon us, it is important to recognize and support our great teachers. But what does support for all teachers look like? Why should we support teachers at all? The second question is easier to answer. It is for the same reason that we should support parents. It is because both parents and teachers hold the lives and well-being of our community's children in their hands. Supporting teachers means making sure they all have a lunch period, a preparation period, and reasonable access to a restroom. Support means providing enough resources for teachers to teach and for parents to learn. Support means enough appropriately certified staff for each classroom. Parent support means attending to parent concerns and trying to find appropriate solutions together. Support means informing parents of their rights. It means open and frequent communication in ways parents can understand and access. The best thing parents, teachers, administrators, and community members can do for our children is to find ways to support each other without anger and fear. Supporting parents and teachers is the only viable way to support our students. Children thrive when parents and teachers find ways to work together. Heartfelt gratitude for our entire education staff, our future teachers, our parents and guardians, and most especially for our beautiful children. Happy Teacher Appreciation Week. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Yunan. Katie Gates.
Good evening, Board. I ask you to carefully revisit your policies and curriculum in the upcoming months and perhaps provide more oversight and maintain compliance within already existing objectives. In doing so, please ensure the protection of American ideals and heritage and guard against the promotion of Marxist and communist principles that have crept into the curriculum. Cultural Marxism has invaded our schools through dangerous ideologies and programs that appeal to emotion, not fact. Parents, please take note of what is being taught to your children directly and indirectly. In 1789, the first federal law on education linked the Christian religion and public education together, declaring religion, morality, and knowledge as necessary to good government and the happiness of mankind. President Truman repeatedly stated that communism represented a conflict between Christianity and anti-Christianity, asserting the only lasting way for America to defeat communism was through Christianity. That worked great until 1963, when the Supreme Court took prayer out of schools. In that same year, 45 communist goals were read into the congressional record. I actually encourage you to read those all and reflect on the premises that have been incorporated into our modern psyche and our educational system since 1963. Let me just read a few. 17 says, get control of the schools, use them as transmission belts for socialism and current communist propaganda, soften the curriculum, get control of teachers' associations, put the party line in textbooks. 24, eliminate all laws governing obscenity by calling them censorship and a violation of free speech and free press. 30, discredit founding fathers, present them as selfish aristocrats who had no concern for the common man. And 41, emphasize the need to raise children away from the negative and suppressive influence of parents. So I thank you for considering those as examples of parental concerns in this area. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gates. Barbara Barker-Witz.
Good evening. Can you hear me? A book review committee. I'm appalled by the trajectory the majority of the board is taking and what was said by those of you in favor. Banning books. By whom? By what criteria? By what right? There are parental choice policies in place. No legislation exists in our taxpayer-funded public school system denying the rights of parents and their children access to books other people want removed. As for objections voiced by some stating it's not a ban, let's dispense with semantics and using words like Marxism taken out of context. This slippery slope of first step aligns with fascism and autocracy. Let's review fascism's alignment in history. Hitler, for example, in 1939, removing books, then burning them. South Africa banning authors and their books during apartheid. Soviet Russia, prior to, during World War II, and afterwards, did all of that, as well as rewrote Ukraine's history, and now has quickly removed books, yet again, then burned piles of them. Then there's Iran. So parallels of fascism are in our country. For one example, there's a district in Texas right now that was actually pushing for a community book burn. With Putin's invasion of Ukraine, the people there, including my relatives, both past and present, were and are risking their lives for a democratic existence that also includes resisting fascistic censorship such as this, with this committee. They lived it and they know it. They're experiencing purges now, just as they experienced the purges of Stalin, and they'd have a lot to say about what's being proposed here, and they know firsthand. And they'd enlighten you about the aligned paths of fascism, both past and present. So again, there's that slippery slope taught, hopefully, to us by history.
Thank you, Ms. Bakowitz. You're out of time.
Thank you.
Loretta Stackhouse.
Good evening. The short-term suspension policy number 4351 states that before a student receives an out-of-school suspension, they have a right to an informal hearing where they shall be informed of the charges and the basis for the accusations against him or her, and may make statements in defense or mitigation of the charges. The students also may request that the principal hear from persons whom the student claims can speak on his or her behalf. If the student reasonably claims the need for additional time to present such persons, the principal may postpone action for a reasonable time. That may sound reasonable for a teenager in high school, but does it make sense for a 4, 5, 6, and 7-year-old child? Remember, 4, 5, 6, and 7-year-old children are only in kindergarten, first, and second grade. Their reasoning and thinking are not the same as older children. They may know they're in trouble, but it's unlikely they will be thinking about requesting that the principal hear from persons who can speak on their behalf. And I don't expect them to request additional time to present such persons. That is why short-term suspension policy number 4351 needs to be revised. Our younger learners deserve the right to have their parent or other representative present at the formal hearing. If this is already happening in some school, that's great. It needs to be in the policy so that every 4, 5, 6, and 7-year-old has that right. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stackhouse. Leslie Posey.
Good evening. The length of board meetings has been a recent topic of discussion. I would like to point out a few things that have unnecessarily used your time. The calendar. You have spent multiple hours debating the school calendar. In 2005, the then newly elected Republican legislature declared that school must start no earlier than August 27th and must end by June 10th. This put the end of the first semester in January. This law is still in effect. All you had to do was follow it. Books in our schools. Again, hours have been spent discussing ways to keep our children from reading. The district already has an excellent policy. If I don't want my daughter to read To Kill a Mockingbird, fine. I tell her teacher, I tell the librarian, she's blocked from that book. Problem solved. You have spent more hours revisiting policies that should not be changed. The budget. You minutely discuss cutting vital positions, but make no mention of our top-heavy administration. North Carolina has a huge surplus in the rainy day fund. Urge them to use some of it on schools as is required in the state constitution. One thing I learned in high school debate, rambling is a sign of being inept. The call to audience seems to be the top consideration for shortening meetings. If you really don't want to hear from us, do what is right for the children. We have given you information on programs to train teachers to stop seclusion and suspension, along with laws governing policy. So stop trying to eliminate the messengers and do what we elected you to do. Run our schools so that the kids are safe and get the most complete education possible. But if we're so dangerous that the SROs need to stand behind us, and you really enjoy complaining, fine. Mrs. Abel and I are glad to keep crocheting in the back while listening to your rambling.
Thank you, Ms. Posey. Rocky Jeter Webb.
I'd like to recommend some books to put into our public schools. I'd like to recommend this, the King James Holy Bible. I'd like to recommend the Constitution of North Carolina, the U.S. Constitution, the Declaration of Independence. Why do we need government in the first place? What every American needs to know, by Dr. Christine McMathers. I'd like to recommend Young, Conservative, and Why It's Smart to Be Like Us by Young America. And I'd like to recommend the Tuttle Twins books. This is a popular children's book series. The books have sold over 4 million copies here in the U.S. They can teach children about freedom, liberty rights, as well as a variety of other things. I encourage you to vote for the new Vogel law firm. And I'll also end on this. Real men aren't women, and there are only two genders, male and female. Thank you. Let's go, Brandon. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jeter Webb. Alicia Ogundelli.
Good evening. Policy 3610. Counseling program will be presented later tonight during the policy consensus portion of the meeting. You will hear that New Hanover County Counseling Program mirrors the American Council Association national model for counseling program, except that it doesn't have ASCA has 36 standards. It states all 36 standards can be applied to 3 counseling domains: academic, career, and social emotional development. The first standard is the student belief. The development of the whole self, including the healthy balance and mental of social, emotional, physical well-being. Beware that the phrase social emotional was deleted from policy 3610 last month policy committee meeting. Why? 2 reasons were given. Our schools are putting so much emphasis on social emotional development. Second, it was reported that there was a vast number of parents out there who have expressed that they're interested in social emotional, that they're not interested in social emotional programs. They are more interested in academics. I find that hard to believe when a lot of children out there don't possess academic skills and they need more emotional support. Second, our students are not robots. They present social behaviors and have emotions. We need policy 3610 to allow our school counselors to do their job and work with the whole child. You're taking human out of humanity. Thank you. Make it make sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ogundelli. Veronica McLaurin-Brown. Veronica?
Love Our Children advocates for the safety of all our children and staff in our schools. It supports Policy 4300, which states that school administrators will utilize positive behavior support alternatives to suspensions and only use out-of-school suspension as the last resort. It also supports Policy 4351, which states that students under age 8 or under 3rd grade will not be suspended except for incidents involving drugs, assaults, or possessing weapons. Those serious charges demand parental participation. Those serious charges demand parental participation. Love Our Children NC believes that our youngest learners should have the right to have a parent or representative present when they are a part of an informal hearing that will determine if they receive an out-of-school suspension for incidents involving drugs, assaults, possessing weapons. A parent should be allowed and encouraged to participate in the informal hearing either in person, by phone, or in a video conference. Direct the policy committee to review Policy 4351 at its next meeting. Revise the language so our 4, 5, 6, and 7-year-old children will have the right, the opportunity, the benefit of a parent or other representative present at an informal hearing for incidents involving drugs, assaults, or possessing weapons. Changing Policy 4351 will improve and increase parent involvement in the life of their child at school.
Thank you, Ms. McLaurin-Brown. Jillian Hopman.
Good evening, and thank you to the board. My name is Jill Hopman, chair of the New Hanover County Democratic Party and an immigration and human rights attorney for the past 15 years. As someone who regularly works with children during administrative and legal proceedings, I'm here to respectfully request that short-term suspension policy 4351 is revised to allow for students under the age of 8 or under 3rd grade to have a parent or other representative present at an informal or formal disciplinary hearing. Right now, the policy states that no student has the right to representation at such hearings, while also expecting that child to be adequately informed of the basis for accusations, make statements in defense or mitigation, and request witnesses. I don't believe that any child under 8 even understands what mitigation means, let alone properly can process pending charges, defend themselves, call witnesses, or request a postponement, which the policy already allows for, and which I'd advise each and every one of them to do based on the current text. Unless it is absolutely necessary, I almost never put kids on the stand, or bring them into administrative hearings, or even let them witness their parents' proceedings. Because any type of hearing where some other person or adjudicating body can decide your fate and change your future is fundamentally overwhelming, scary, and traumatizing, even for adults, and especially when you don't know what is going on, what is going to happen, or how to protect yourself. This is a critical bipartisan issue to protect students, parents, educators, and quite frankly, the school system itself for liability purposes. It is not just about well-established due process or representation rights, but about basic human rights, dignity, and fairness. Since the policy already allows for adjournment so that witnesses can be present, it seems very much like a no-brainer to afford the same general courtesy to both parents and children themselves. Thus, I respectfully request that Policy 4351 is revised to add these much-needed protections for young students. Thank you.
Books, minds, and umbrellas only work if they're open. It is clear to this community which of you has an open mind. Instead of working to remove words social emotional and refraining from using equity in Policy 3610 counseling program, let's use these terms to align with the New Hanover County strategic plan and the state strategic plan. Why would you delete words that point to an evidence-based program that helps you reach your goals, especially when it can address some concerning practices like seclusion and restraint, bullying, while also helping to improve students' academics? The very idea of refraining from using the word equity from the policy speaks volumes. It's a standard as a parent and a community member that I demand remains. Let me remind you of the research findings for social emotional learning. Hundreds of studies involving more than 1 million students worldwide across pre-K to 12 offer consistent evidence that SEL has a positive impact on students' academic achievement. Students participating in SEL have a higher level of school functioning as it reflects their grades, test scores, attendance, and homework completion. It also increases the performance of the 11 percentile points comparing to students who did not participate. That's a whole grade level. There's absolutely no need to remove these words from the policy, and I hope that you can focus more energy on how you will reach your strategic plan and not sabotage it. Our kids are in crisis, and I would think that the board would want to use every available resource to support our students. As elected officials, do the right thing and keep the words equity and social and emotional in Policy 3610.
Thank you, Ms. Gargett. Angie Kahaney.
Over 4 years ago, I addressed the board on behalf of the victims of sexual assault. Since then, there are new occupants in the seats before me, an entirely different board, superintendent, attorney, and a panel of senior staff. Yet here we are making the same plea to keep kids safe and do the right thing. A new legal contract sits before you tonight of 3 firms to consider for your legal fiascos, yet one question that has not been raised is which of them would provide advisement in the best interest of students? Not Tharrington and Smith, apparently. June marks 4 years since Michael Kelly confessed and was convicted of almost 60 counts of sexual abuse against students, and since that time, your goal has been to protect pedophiles and those who enable them instead of children. The board has signed off on prolonging the trauma of victims in that process and inflicting more pain through the ongoing hellish court battles. You find comfort in assuming that you all are safe under qualified immunity, but who's keeping our kids safe? The victims of these heinous crimes are not just numbers. They're former students that the district failed to protect, and many of us worry about the toll your actions take on their well-being every single day that this case stays stagnant. So as you go into closed session to deliberate, I'd ask that you give a second thought to the victims that you continue to abuse and ask yourself, when does it end? And what message are you sending to our students now? They obviously continue to be at risk, as there are plenty of predators out there watching the mess you've created with this case that has broken the trust of the entire community. You are elected to protect children, not figure out ways to get around doing so with excuses and blindly following legal counsel. No matter which law firm you go with, the choice is still yours with regard to ending this case and allowing the victims to finally begin to heal and live their lives. Perhaps it's time to elevate their voices on a platform that'll be heard, because their stories are far more heartbreaking than what I stand up here and say. Then maybe the public will understand the consequences of negligence of this district in failing to follow law and protect children, and push for accountability and finally set the victims free.
Thank you, Ms. Kahaney. Judy Justice.
Okay. Most of you need to start focusing on what is best for our school district, not advancing a political agenda that further damages our public schools. Our schools are in crisis due to lack of funding for staff and facilities from both our state and local government. Stop wasting precious time on those political issues that do not, in reality, affect this crisis but add to it. Stop trying to censor books and curriculum developed by educational professionals that a very small group finds offensive. Stop trying to cut funding for needed services such as SEL programs and practices. They do nothing but help all students, and especially our most needy. Stop trying to deny the LGBTQ community their fundamental rights as Americans, and stop accusing them of grooming students. Stop ignoring the dozens, if not hundreds, of sexual assault cases that have occurred for at least 20 years and are still resulting in student and staff suicides and ruined lives. And do not pick a relatively small and untried law firm because of political connections. That will do nothing but to add to our financial costs and continued legal entanglements. Start doing the job you were elected to do. Stop focusing on funding to support repairing our facilities and keeping and hiring good and needed staff. Fight for the money, the $1.5 billion from the hospital sale, promised to us. Start to properly evaluate the superintendent who continues to fail to serve our schools effectively. Start to help our schools designated as failing through targeted redistricting and real magnet programs based on educational research. And start to listen to all the staff and community, not just those who you politically align with. Do your job according to our educational needs, not how your political parties dictate. The election is over. Start serving all of the people.
Thank you, Ms. Justice. Your time is up. Carletta Grissett. Carletta Grissett. Okay. Lisa Goff.
In honor of the National Day of Prayer on Thursday, May 4th, I'd like to remember what President Lincoln issued a proclamation calling for national humiliation, fasting, and prayer. It said in part, "We have been the recipients of the choicest bounties of heaven. We have been preserved these many years in peace and prosperity. We have grown in numbers, wealth, and power as no other nation has ever grown, but we have forgotten God. We have forgotten the gracious hand which preserved us in peace and multiplied and enriched and strengthened us, and we have vainly imagined in the deceitfulness of our hearts that all these blessings were produced by some superior wisdom and virtue of our own. Intoxicated with unbroken success, we have become too self-sufficient to feel the necessity of redeeming and preserving grace, too proud to pray to the God that made us. It behooves us then to humble ourselves before the offended power, to confess our sins, national sins, and to pray for clemency and forgiveness. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Goff. Kimberly Spicer. Kimberly Spicer? Okay. Yolanda Hernandez.
Good evening. Tonight I'm addressing Policy 3610, the Counseling Program and Equity for All Students. The American School Counselor Association has developed a national model for school counseling programs. Policy 3610 states that our counseling program should mirror that. The association has a position on equity for all students. It states that school counselors are advocate for the equitable treatment of all students in school and the community. It also states that the school counselor's role is to develop and implement a school counseling program promoting equity and access for all students. Some of the ways they do this is by using data to identify gaps in achievement, opportunity, and attainment, maintaining knowledge and skills for working in a diverse and multicultural work setting, and promoting access to rigorous standards-based curriculum, academic courses, and learning paths for college and career for all students. In the beginning of this school year, 13 of our schools were low performing. 4 students received a top grade of A. Clearly, some of our schools need more counseling support than others. Tonight's revised Policy 3610 calls for fair and consistent access to opportunities. Reject that. Vote instead for equity, for equitable access to opportunities. Let's support all of our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hernandez. Nell Case? She's not here. Gail Tabor.
Good evening. I grew up in North Carolina. My dad did not complete high school because he had to stop school in order to work on the family dairy farm. He completed his GED in the military, but he was a voracious reader. He read everything he could get his hands on, and he handed that trait down to his children, his grandchildren, and his great-grandchildren. We read as much as we possibly can, everything we can get our hands on. I grew up attending an evangelical church. We read the Bible, as I still do today in my vocation and in my home. I learned stories of rape and incest and adultery from the Bible. And I learned that God is love. And I've come to realize that for many, this means that God is love only if you have the same religious and political beliefs as they do. Fortunately, this type of belief runs afoul of the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution that guarantees that no law be made respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. I will remind this board that regardless of your own beliefs on the topic of book content, to think about this: no one on the right side of history has ever been on the side of censorship or been on the side of banning books. And I implore you to consider that parents have the right to stop their child from reading a book, but not to stop every child from reading. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Michael Davidson.
Good evening. My name is Michael Davidson. I'm on the clock. First of all, I'd like to say that the acoustics here are very challenging. I can hear people who speak at this mic, but your mics I'm having challenges with. So I don't know if you can project a little bit more or check the sound system, but it's the second meeting I've had, and it's very hard to hear you. So I just want to speak a little bit about, if I can get my phone to work, which is always a challenge. Okay, so this is all my opinion, and I'm just going to state it. Freedom of speech and book banning cannot coexist. How do we create a well-informed future leaders if we restrict what they're asked to speak, what they can read? 50 years ago when I was in high school, my 50th anniversary is coming up, we had something called the William F. Buckley Stairway. Some of you might remember who William Buckley was. We had two groups in our school. We had the Common Concern Club and the Young Americans for Freedom. We were both on the different ends of the political spectrum. How did we debate? Well, what we did is we took butcher paper and posted our ideas on a stairwell between the second and third floor of our high school. Our advisors caused us to look at issues critically. They would not allow us to put things up. It wasn't fact-based. It wasn't in some form that we could support in future speaking. We posted our ideas. We talked about Vietnam War. We talked about abortion. We talked about legalizing marijuana. But each time we spoke with respect. We didn't put down the other group that was posting their ideas. And also posting ideas on our wall allowed students who weren't involved in either of our clubs to understand ideas that we were throwing out there. In fact, we knew we had a hot topic when the stairwell was filled between classes.
Oh,
I'm sorry. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
I'm sorry, I didn't take enough time. Okay.
Oh.
I will finish if you let me wait.
Michael Davidson? That was him. Tracy Bannon.
Hi. I found it very interesting that others are talking about the sexual assault cases tonight when I've not heard one of them say anything about it before. I also find it very interesting that one of the prior school board members talked about it. She's been on the board for 4 years. What'd she do about it? Nothing. Let's see. We need to change attorneys because of the sexual assault case. Why should they try to settle it? They get billable hours. Why hasn't it been settled? These men, some of them had committed suicide. I consider these men to be murder victims. Why hasn't this been settled? Can you answer this? You also stated last week that you give all options to everything that's asked of you. You do not. You give options that you think others want to hear. And when an option is brought up to you, you then say, oh, yeah, that's right, but. So, as far as books go, I don't appreciate my money being paid for the kind of books that are in the libraries. You say that it's a parent's choice? Fine, that's a parent's choice, but it's my money that's being paid for. I don't appreciate that. I don't want my money to be spent on trash. You keep referring to the Bible, the stuff's in the Bible. Guess what? It's not good stuff that's in the Bible. It doesn't talk about the good stuff. Incest isn't good. The Bible doesn't say it's good. It's an abomination. You keep referring to it as being stuff good in the Bible, and it's not. So don't refer to your incest. The Bible doesn't teach a child how to have oral sex. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bannon. That concludes our call to audience. She did?
Kimberly Spicer.
Kimberly? Ah, there she is.
You can get the 2 minutes back up. Kimberly, if you hold on for 1 second, please. We get your timer up.
Do y'all have a flash drive area thing up here? Well, never mind.
Okay, I'm gonna be quick. Try to speak as fast as I can. I'm speaking not just for my daughter, but for all the students. My daughter is a student at Laney. She got hit January the 3rd. She got flown to Chapel Hill. We stayed there for 2 days. So my thing is, I don't know exactly where to start, but I'm starting with the school system. I'm going for more lighting in that area, a sidewalk, a trail, whatever. Don't really care what it is, but it was dark the night that my daughter got hit, and the young lady that hit her could not see her. So my thing, I'm fighting for more lighting in that area, because as soon as she hit the street, she got hit, and it was dark. So my thing to y'all is who to start from, where do I go? I'm gonna try to keep pushing this. She's only in the 10th grade. I don't care if it's till after she graduates, to get more lighting in that area, not just for my child, but for the students, you know, of course, Laney and Trask. So that's my thing. This is my daughter right here. That was it. Thank you.
Thank you.
That ends our call to the audience. At this point, we are going to go into closed session. I would call for a motion to go in closed. All right, I got you. Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act 20 USC 1232G, and formulate plans related to emergency response and school safety, to consult with the board's attorney and preserve attorney-client privilege, including the case captioned TH by parent or guardian, AH versus New Hanover County Board of Education, 23 EDC 00608. Is there a motion? I'm
So
sorry,
moved.
sir. Wait a minute.
Mr. Chair, in order to discuss the SBI report in closed session, we'll need to add the Doe cases to the closed session motion. So there should be a revised one posted online with the Doe cases
That was
added.
the last one. Okay, let's try again.
Thank you, sir.
Yep, thank you. All right. I call for a motion to go into closed session pursuant to NC General Statute 143, 318, 11, A1, 3, 6, and 8, to consider personnel matters and maintain confidentiality of personal records under NC General Statute 115C through C 319 through 321, to prevent disclosure of student records rendered confidential under the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act 20 USC 1232, to formulate plans related to emergency response and school safety, and to consult with the board's attorney and preserve attorney-client privilege, including the cases captioned TH by parent or guardian, AH versus New Hanover County Board of Education, 23 EDC 00608, John Doe's 1 through 14 versus New Hanover County Board of Education, et al., 19 CVS 2745, and Jane Doe's 1 and 2 versus New Hanover County Board of Education, et al., 20 CVS 1395, and Jane Doe 3 versus New Hanover County Board of Education, et al., 21 CVS 4707, consolidated matters.
So moved.
Thank you. Do I hear that motion? I have a motion from Ms. Bradford,
Second.
second from Ms. Mason. Is there any discussion? You know what I'm thinking, don't you? All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Passes 7-0. We are in closed session. We're back in open session. Next, I do apologize for the length of that. There was a lot of good information given to us in closed session that we needed, but I do apologize for the length of that. We'll continue on with strategic plan update. Strategic plan update.
Yeah, it is next.
Oh, we're doing the strategic plan update to the next meeting. Okay, I make a motion to move the strategic plan update to our next meeting. Do I have a second? Bradford, all in favor, please? Oh, excuse me, any discussion?
It takes a 5-2 vote.
Okay, takes a 5-2 vote. Any discussion? No? All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Carries 7-0. We'll move that to our next meeting.
Mr.
Due to
Wilborn?
time, yes, ma'am, Ms. Craybill.
I'd like to make a motion on top of not on top of yours, but in following yours, is in old business where we have legal services. I would like to move that either to a special meeting that we might have or to the next time, because this is going to require a lot of discussion, and I think that we need to talk with our firms again, because there's a lot of questions that were unanswered, and some of us didn't reach out to the candidates personally.
Okay,
So I'd like to make that motion.
Motion to remove C, or postpone C.
To just call a special meeting? Either to do it at a special meeting, as soon as possible, or do it in June. Well, actually, we really can't do it in June, but to do it as part of a special meeting that we might be having.
Okay, so we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second, Ms. Walker. Is there any additional discussion on that?
State it again, please.
To move under old business, letter C, legal services to postpone it to a later meeting. Is that
To a
right?
special meeting.
To a special meeting,
As soon as
sorry.
possible.
As soon as possible. We have a first, we have a second. Ms.
My
Barnhart?
only question, Mr. Wittleborough, is I know that there's a time constraint, and so as far as an extra special meeting, I'm just wondering the turnaround time in which we'd have to do it with fidelity to act on behalf of our RFQ that we had out.
I believe my understanding, and I'll ask Ms. Sutton I'll ask Ms. Sutton to speak to it, because that way I want to tell you what my understanding is.
Yeah, so we wanted to get that taken care of this month so we could go ahead and get the notice out, because if we decide not to continue with Tharrington Smith Services, we need to give 30 days notice. So we were trying to get the recommendation and get a contract in place before June 1st if possible.
Okay. So we have first and second. Is there any additional discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I agree with Ms. Barnhart. This is important. It needs to be done. We could move some other things off of here, but I think this needs to be done tonight.
Okay. Other discussions?
Mr.
Would you please? Yes, ma'am. Ms. Walker?
Well, I just want to add, there are a lot more questions. I mean, we're going to have, if the discussion is going to be had, we're going to have it, and it's going to take a very long time. And I don't think we're going to get all the answers that we need tonight. We don't have anybody else here that's going to answer the questions we have.
Okay. Mr. McManus?
Yes, sir. In the event that there's a change, when does that become effective? I think I know, but I want to make sure.
Ms. Sutton, that would be the end of June, correct?
Yeah, July 1,
July 1, yeah.
it would take effect.
So, but we would need to have 30 days. Mr. McManus, we would need to have 30 days if we decide to make any changes. Okay, we have.
And just to clarify, I
Yes,
am
ma'am.
proposing that we do this at a special meeting as soon as possible, like we talked about in closed session.
Okay.
So it's not to
Not
to hold it off for a long time, but just so that we're fresh, because this is going to come to us at like 11 o'clock.
Okay. So we have a first, we have a second. Is there any other additional? Ms. Mason?
How soon are we talking, I guess is my question.
That's going to be up to us.
At that special meeting that we had discussed?
Yes, that's what I told you there. I was going to be proposing that because just so that we have a chance to get the lawyers back to answer questions for us, either remotely, because there's a lot of unanswered questions that I had.
And I didn't reach out to the people like some board members did.
So she's proposing a special meeting that we would have the attorneys back at for another
Virtually.
round of questions.
I believe she said virtually. Did you say virtually?
Yeah, virtual. I don't have the problem with them coming in virtually.
It would be a back and forth.
Right.
Yeah, no, it's still dialogue. They don't have to come. They get online so that we can ask questions.
Okay, so we have a first and second. We'll call the question. Let's, if you wouldn't mind, Ms. Bowie, would you, by poll, please? So again, just make sure everybody understands, Mrs. Craybill's motion is to postpone the discussion to a meeting very soon on legal services.
Yes.
Ms. Bowie?
Yeah.
Ms. Craybill?
Yes.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
Mr. McManus?
Yes.
Ms. Mason?
No.
Ms. Bradford?
No.
Mr. Wildebohr?
No.
Ms. Barnhart?
No.
That's defeated 4-3, so that will stay on. We will carry on. So we have moved strategic plan update to the next meeting. We are on to student discipline update.
Is this something that we could postpone to the next meeting?
That would be up to the will of the board. Ms. Craybill?
This is something that Mr. McManus asked for specifically, so I think we should allow him to weigh in on that.
Well, yes, it was requested by, I just wanted everybody to hear the same thing.
Okay.
So would you like to postpone it, or would you like to hear it tonight?
We're here, let's go for it. It's gonna play well anyhow, so,
All right.
another couple, 3 hours.
Mm-hmm.
You're here, I don't wanna come back, I guess.
I'll be here next time too.
More spoken, think that fast.
Okay, good evening, Chair Wildebohr, members of the board, Dr. Faust. As you know, our New Hanover County Schools policies and professional development are based on several key tenets around student behavior. All students must be treated with respect. Students can and should be taught the skills and behaviors needed for success. Motivation and responsibility should be encouraged through positive interactions and building those relationships with students. Student misbehavior provides a teaching opportunity, and collaboration in this is critical. All school staff members work together to help students behave responsibly and to meet those students' needs. Oh, am I clicking? I am. We're going to cover 4 main points. The first one, what do we know about our own data? Beyond that, we're going to dig into regulations and policies in place with regard to IDEA, OCR, and our local school board policies, our obligation to respond, and then what sanctions exist for us. So the first piece, digging into our own data. What do we know about discipline by the numbers? And this is summary data for you from last school year, as the last completed school year. How many office discipline referrals resulted in out-of-school suspension? So we had 2,712 office discipline referrals in the 21-22 school year. 16% resulted in out-of-school suspension. So that's how many office discipline referrals we had that resulted in OSS. I will tell you that that is a reduction from pre-pandemic school years where we had total school year data. The previous school year prior to that, we had pre-pandemic in the year 18-19, we had 2,936. And the year prior to that, we were at 3,487. So continuous reduction. What do we know about out-of-school suspensions by grade? Well, we know that 7th, 8th, and 9th graders make up almost half of all students suspended. As we do a breakdown of out-of-school suspension by race, you can see by the percentages listed here, African American students are suspended at a rate almost 6 times more than their peers. Just as concerningly, African American students with disabilities are suspended out of school at a rate almost 4.5 times greater than their peers.
What I want to highlight for you is that New Hanover County Schools is the only district in North Carolina among 115 school districts that is significantly disproportionate in total out-of-school suspensions. The threshold for significant disproportionality is 3 times. We are at 4.5 times for our African American students with disabilities. Top offenses that result in the assignment of out-of-school suspension are as follows. You see fighting at 28.8%, disrespect 20.5%, disruptive 20%, inappropriate behavior 15.7%, and aggressive behavior at 14.9%. I do have a question for you though. Someone please define for me what disrespect looks like. Anybody? Beauty's in the eye of the beholder. Oh, okay, interesting. So whatever definition you provide for me, I'm going to ask, does everyone explicitly agree with that definition? Right. Next, I'm going to go to the second bullet. What are the regulations and policies in place with regard to student discipline? In these, we're going to discuss the Individuals with Disability Education Act regulations, Office of Civil Rights rulings, and New Hanover County Schools policies. Not sure what's happening. Oops. So let's talk about what disproportionate representation and significant disproportionality really is. It's overrepresentation of certain students by race or ethnicity for special education services. There are 3 areas that this is calculated on. For us, it isn't about the more restrictive placement options or the identification, it's about the disciplinary removals. Within the parameters of federal regulations, each state has to adopt procedures and processes to address whether this significant disproportionality and whether it exists in identification, placement, or discipline. Again, for us, it's discipline. There is a sanction. The parameters further require the reservation of funds, and when I say the parameters of the federal regulation, requires that the district with significant disproportionality reserve the maximum amount of federal funds received under the section of the Act, meaning IDEA, and that's 15%, to provide comprehensive early intervening services. In other words, to address the root causes of the disproportionality. This reserve or set aside must address the factors that contribute to disproportionality. Therefore, those funds cannot be used for the overall services of the EC or special education program. 15% of the IDEA funds the district receives are not able to be used toward the overall services for students with disabilities. That amount of sanction over the past 5 years is more than $4.5 million. And I go on to say that needs to be returned to the special education program by way of reducing the disproportionality. The regulations require specifically the promotion of equity in IDEA. The process for determination of significant disproportionality, as I mentioned, for this promotion of equity in IDEA is explained as identifying and addressing the factors that contribute to significant disproportionality, addressing any policy, practice, or procedure that contributes to, and then reporting publicly any of these changes. I also need to share with you some rulings from the Office of Civil Rights that require our response. So the Office of Civil Rights is just as concerned by statistical evidence, as I have highlighted here, so I'm not reading everything to you word for word. Statistical evidence of discriminatory effect. So this is the difference between intent and what outcomes look like. Even when we believe we are treating similarly situated students the same, such as everyone involved in the fight gets out of school suspension. It's still, when the outcome still weighs more heavily on students of a particular race, we still find ourselves in disproportionality. So more clearly, equal responses to student behaviors that don't lead to equal outcomes for students by race is still disproportionality. Furthermore, the Office of Civil Rights is concerned with the application of discretionary or subjective infractions, such as defiance, disruption, inappropriate behavior, because these less objective infractions are more susceptible to racial bias. As we will go back and review our top offenses that result in out-of-school suspension, more than half, in fact 56.2% of those, are extremely subjective: inappropriate behavior, disruptive, and disrespect. Third bullet, what is our obligation to respond? How do we engage in root cause analysis? And what policy and process reform are required or incumbent upon us? I want to bring your attention to commentary from the Safe and Civil Schools, which is the root of leadership and behavior support training we've been providing in the district. Research, 20-year body of research, schools across the nation. Research consistently indicates that the most influential factor in establishing a positive, proactive learning environment is leadership. The principal sets the tone. Therefore, who did we ask what the root causes are? Principals. So I'm sharing with you a few slides here of their responses of root causes in their own handwriting, and then I'm going to provide for you a summary slide that has multiple bullets. So I'll give you a few minutes to look over the pictures, and then I'm going to move on. And again, I have them summarized in a bulleted slide. So I'm going to move to the next. And one more. As succinctly bulleted here for you, the first column addresses root causes. The second column are what principals identified as strategies to address, not necessarily lining up bullet by bullet. I want to highlight for you root cause. The top addressed issues as root cause: mental health and trauma of students, a lack of de-escalation training or use of de-escalation in adult responses, implicit bias and cultural bias, perceiving that this behavior is disrespect from this student, but another student that engages in it, I don't necessarily see that as disrespect. I see that as self-advocacy, that kind of thing. Old school supervision attitudes, lack of student success, lack of classroom engagement, hunger basic need deficiencies, high concentration of needs in certain schools, lack of adequate supervision in high traffic areas. I'm sorry to read these, but I have to highlight them. Social deficits, a lack of connection and relationship, things happening in social media, lack of communication skills, pressure from stakeholders for an easy out. OSS is called the easy out. Punitive mindset in schools and a lack of use of restorative practices. These are from the words of principals. Principals also identified this second column as what we need to be doing to address these. Trauma-informed teaching, professional development, counselor lessons in social emotional learning, modeling and teaching the de-escalation for staff, reteaching replacement behaviors for our students. Staff professional development in responding to student behaviors, changing lens from punitive to teaching and restorative practices. Relationship building among students and families, increasing professional development for our adults on conflict resolution and power struggles. They want a district restorative practices plan versus their individual school plan. They want proactive communication with families and celebration of successes, and they want effective academic interventions. We know that out-of-school suspension is not an intervention. So, our New Hanover County Schools policies, local policies, the 4300 series. In the past, we had one student code of conduct policy, policy 8410. In our policy manual revamp, we went to 18 student behavior policies. These policies were revised for the 21-22 school year, including the requirement for a range of consequences in each policy for each behavior strand. Principals and district leaders came together to create those range of consequences for each of those violations of student conduct. Those range of consequences are a graduated response, including instructive and restorative approaches. Many of what you saw identified in the strategies column from principals. In these, we must ensure that all school settings are safe and productive. No argument there. Create positive school climate with a high expectancy of student success. An expectancy of student success is a completely different trajectory than an expectancy of student failure or student removal. And then designing effective policies and procedures for prompting students to be responsible, highly motivated, and actively engaged in school tasks. Again, I'm going to remind you, New Hanover County Schools has the highest disproportionality rate in North Carolina. The only way to reinstate the funds, that 15% set aside for the sole use of students with disabilities, thus increasing their academic growth, is to continue to reduce overall disciplinary referrals, or OSS, from schools. And that's by implementing Policy 4302, our school plans for the management of student behavior, as were reviewed from school improvement plans back in the fall. Those plans guide our staff to be proactive, where problem behaviors are prevented before they begin, positive, where they're interacting with students in friendly and inviting ways, and instructional, where misbehavior is corrected calmly and consistently to teach students to behave more responsibly. And I'll leave you with this. Every student, regardless of race or disability, needs to be part of the growth for which New Hanover County Schools strives to be known. Thank you.
We talk about least restrictive environment for our EC kids, and a lot of the behaviors, if they are behaviors happening with our EC kids, are they in the mainstream classroom? And if so, are we looking at whether or not this truly is the least restrictive environment for those kids?
Absolutely. There is always a balance in the discussion of placement for a student with a disability. And when a student is engaging in behaviors that interfere with that kid's learning or the learning of others, that's when that placement determination has got to be discussed at an IEP meeting. And those, of course, are all very individualized. The real concern when addressing behavior in a vacuum is, have we looked at every potential or reasonable intervention being provided to reduce the likelihood that that problematic behavior is occurring? That's that assessment that we have to complete. And that's where you'll hear teams talking about a functional behavior analysis, where we're looking at what is really triggering or is the antecedent for the behavior, and then how are we responding to decrease the likelihood that that behavior actually works for the kid. Yeah, very much.
Ms. Barnum, I appreciate you hitting a lot of keynotes because you're talking about the input and the intentional input and the idea that we have subjective nature of interpretation to our range of consequences. And when I looked at it, I agree with you. When you talk about disrespect and discipline, it's going to look different in the eye of the beholder. So it's really important to get our stakeholders, our principals together to talk about ways that we are utilizing de-escalation strategies. And I want to bring up policy 4300 because it talks about in the very first paragraph, number 2, a system that ensures the equitable treatment of all students. And you said this, you said the intent behind something versus the outcome that happens. And I want to openly address this because I think this is something this board needs to come together with a work session, because we do have a lot of common ground. But unfortunately, over the last few years, we have heard the disciplinary practices of
both suspension and seclusion being used in a way that teachers have not done those resources and implied that. And so what I hear back from staff is this, is, Josie, I have tried, I have de-escalated, I have pulled in teachers, I have admin, and I have kids who are violently aggressive, and I don't know what to do to keep my class maintained. And so what I am worried about is looking at the outcome and assuming everything is wrong, rather than looking at the outcome and say, let's brainstorming what we're doing right and what path we need to continue to go on to get those results we want to see. And so for me, and I've said this before, the idea and concept of virtue signaling the word equity, meaning everything's going to come out the same. This is what we've done the last few years, though, in leadership. We've said, let's just stop doing that practice, just stop doing that practice. And then everyone says, well, what do I do? Rather than saying, let's change the focus on the input. And that's what we need to be doing, is changing the focus on the input, getting the support from our staff. And so as we move forward with this conversation, that's what I'd like to see, because I know there are things that we're doing. The first night that we came onto this board in December, we signed 3 times amount for a learning perspectives agreement. And what that did, it was a company comes in to evaluate whether or not our EC students are getting the supports they need and they're being effective in their environment. That's what we did, one of the first things that we did back in December. So I know that there are things that our district is doing. I know there are things that we need to work on. It is clear from the expectation. But what I'd like to do is, as we move forward with the focus, I want to focus on what we're inputting to get that, versus just saying stop suspending, because the trickle-down effect in some of our staff and schools is you are not allowed to punish if you have a child of color. You are not allowed to, because that's what equitable treatment is for kids. You can't have that result with a kid. And I'm just telling you the disconnect, and I'm telling you why there's such varying degrees of opinion of that word, because of the subjective nature of how some people interpret it.
And I will let you know, there has not been a direction or a directive not to suspend.
Thank you.
That's true.
Ms. Walker.
First, I want to say thank you for presenting in such an honest way and talking about disproportionality. The data is the data, and I think acknowledging it is a very important first step. Secondly, I appreciate the principals coming up with root causes, because until we address root causes, it doesn't matter if we change the word equity here, social emotional learning here. This is what it is. And there's a lot more to it than in understanding that we really need to dive into. I've talked about it in other cases. Poverty is the biggest driver of trauma. And until we address a lot of these root causes, I don't see how we're going to affect real change. And I know that's something the school district can't take care of on its own. That's something I hope the task force at least looks at and really has some honest conversation about. We can sit here and hash out what equity means or doesn't mean, but obviously we have definitions from our federal government about it, and it's embedded in our own county government in their strategic plan. It's not a scary word. It's not a word meant to say, to me, and I think I've shared this with Mr. McManus, it's about opportunities and making sure that we are trying our best to understand the biases and the things that we hold and affect and change for our students. That is a big number. The disproportionality is a huge problem. And I think it's been that way for a while. And I hope that we really have the real conversation about it, not whether one word means this or one word means that. I just think it's wasting time when this is the work that needs to be done.
Anyone else? Ms. Crable.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of weigh in. One of the things that I was looking at before we talked about this was that educational equity means that each child receives what they need to develop their full academic and social potential. And that's kind of what we saw with the principals. And I would expect that it would be different from building to building because the populations are different from building to building. So, I guess what I'm getting at is, has our strategic plan and your actions, your strategies, your action steps, based on what you've shown us with this data, are you going to make changes to the strategic plan, or is it written out such that we have 5 years to do it and you're going along to meet those milestone action steps?
Yes, and I would echo what the principals provided as root cause analysis and strategies to address that in being very much aligned to behavioral research and very much aligned to our strategic plan. Because what we offered as a part of our strategic plan is rooted in an evidence base around student discipline, student behaviors that are conducive to academic rigor and academic engagement. So yes, I find that they're very much aligned.
And so the follow-up, Mr. Wildebohr, so these things that we're talking about right here, they would fall under the pillar of school safety. You know, not the physical safety, but the people safety?
Definitely.
Okay.
And the creation of positive and proactive school cultures is a huge, if not the most, appropriate or paramount deterrent for school safety inside the school building.
Correct.
Anyone else? Mr. McManus?
Yes, sir. I'm never lost for words.
Yeah.
Well, I'm lost for words. I've said this once before. Sounds like it fell on deaf ears. We got to get out of the box. I don't know what that means. We've been doing the same things. When you get the same results, you got to go back and start over again. And we know the schools where this is happening. We've got to do something. We've got to get together. If it doesn't work, we try something else. But we've been sitting on this for a long time. We can't ignore it in so many ways and for a lot of reasons. Some probably still to come. But if it's the right thing to do, we got to deal with it. So we got a lot of smart people in this county and a lot of thinkers and problem solvers. So what do we do? And we need to do it quickly. And this board cannot ignore that. If we don't agree on anything else, we cannot ignore what you just said to us.
And I'm hoping, Mr. McManus, Ms. Walker has a task force, and when she needs us to pull in, she's brainstorming and putting this into action to say, how can we respond to the needs? We also have the all hands on deck that I think was a great idea that the last board had, to be able to plug people in to respond to the unique needs of every school. And I know that people say, fix it. Sometimes it's manpower. Going in and being a volunteer makes a difference in kids' lives. Any one of our priority schools, pick them. Go in and say, principal, where do you need me? Because they'll plug you in. And we need to be proactive in saying that we want to do it.
Anyone else? If not, Ms. Farnham, thank you so much. I think that, and as I'm looking at this, I think that, at least on my version, it says student discipline update is under consensus items, and it really shouldn't be. I think it should be under information. I don't know why. Maybe I didn't notice that before. Is it under yours? Mine is under consensus for some reason. I don't know why.
It's not the same on the screen as it is in the printer.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, that's good. Let's go on to our next item, which is consensus items. Is there a motion to accept the consensus items as provided?
So moved.
Bradford moves. Is there a second? Ms. Walker seconds. Is there a discussion?
Yes, I'd like to pull off.
Ms. Craybill?
Pull off item H, NC Spark, MOU, for a little more information. Some of us got to hear about that on the Teacher of the Year visit, but a lot of us may not know.
And you said that was
the significance of that.
H?
It's letter H. So is that something
Okay. Yep. Yeah, absolutely. We'll pull H off. That's not a problem. Anything else, Ms. Mason?
I just had a couple more questions about the one-to-one year 3 devices, so I was hoping to pull off E.
We can pull that off. That was, well, but mine says F, so it must be E, right? E, 2, 1. Okay. I got one somewhere. There it is. Okay. So we'll pull those two off. Is there anything else? If not, then can I get a motion to accept all the consensus items except for, I think we already had the motion, but do we have a second for Ms. Bradford's motion to accept the items except for E and H?
Second.
Ms. Mason seconds. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 7-0. Let's first talk about item, let's go in order, F, 101.
1-1.
121.
It's E.
101, yeah, 121. Question, Ms. Mason?
I actually had two. I had asked Ms. Brinson the relative age of the current devices. I didn't know if you had had the chance to find that information out. And then the second part, or the second question was, what are we doing with those devices that are still good or within use, I guess?
Okay, I'll answer the second question first. So what we've done as we've implemented one-to-one, we have pushed the computers down. So what I'm getting ready to share with you is going to include some very old devices we've implemented since COVID. We've kind of tried to get as many devices in the schools as we can. There are some laptops in there that still have power cords attached to them, and they have to be plugged in because the battery won't last. So I've done numbers. Right now, in the middle schools, we have 4,054 laptops, including staff, student, and CTE. Of those, 1,989 come next year, will be 4 years old or older. We have some still in schools that were purchased in 16, 17.
Any additional questions? If not, okay, let's move on to the other one, and we'll take them both back in if that's okay. Letter I, NC Spark. Would like to kind of.
So my question was I know we saw it at CTEC, and I was just wanted to confirm that we were only doing it there, and just where the hiring of the leader comes from. Is it going to come in staff, or we're going to hire somebody new? And then a question about other schools are allowed to come and use that. How are we going to facilitate that little detail?
Yeah, so it will only be at CTEC because we actually have the opportunity to have one lab. It will be our choice to design the use of the lab. So if we want to allow other students to come in and use the lab, that is totally up to us. But CTEC will house the lab, and keep in mind what TIP is doing is actually providing us the resources. They're giving us the funding and the furniture to house this lab, and then we can actually do our own ordering and select the person, and I'm sorry, I can't see, and select the person who will actually be facilitating this lab. So this is an opportunity for our students to come in and see careers that they may not have the opportunity to see in a typical classroom and experience, like modules.
So will it be one of our CTE teachers that we are going to put in as the leader, or will it be a CTEC teacher, or we're hiring somebody new?
Well, it's probably best to hire someone new because this is a one-year grant opportunity. So, and we have funding from them, and they're going to give us $65,000, and that's going to be benefits and all. So we might want to make sure looking at this doesn't have to be a technical teacher. This just will be a person facilitating instruction. So we have a little leeway with the General Assembly about the type of person that we hire.
Any other questions about NC Spark? I'd entertain a motion to accept consensus items E and H.
So moved.
Ms. Bradford moves, second.
Second.
I'm sorry, who's? All right, Ms. Mason seconds. All in favor, any other discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed. Passes 7-0. We move down to our next item, which is policy consensus. I'd entertain a motion to accept the policies as provided.
So moved.
Ms. Bradford, motion second.
Second.
Second, Ms. Barnhart. Any discussion? Ms. Craybill?
Yes, I'd like to pull off several of the policies for us to discuss. Policy 3610 on the counseling program. Policy 4720 on surveys of students. And this really isn't a policy, it's a working document, but the one that is called Call to the Audience.
Okay. Call the audience. Okay. All right, so that leaves us policies 26. I don't see. Do I have, oh, I'm sorry, do we have a second for that? Do we need a second?
Yes, there's a second.
Okay, we have a second. Okay, we have a second. Any discussion? Well, we'll have discussion afterwards, but let's go ahead and go through the remaining policies. Yes, sir?
You don't need a second to pull from the consensus
That's right.
agenda. Obviously, if one member objects, then there's not consensus.
Right, that's true. I'm sorry. Okay, so with that leaves us remaining 2660 board policies. Okay, that's called audience. 2130, 2123, and 2220. We have a motion and a second to approve those.
2660 is in there?
2660, yes.
Would you repeat those, Mr. Wildebohr?
I will. So we're taking those three out, so it's 2660,
2123?
2123, and 3220.
Yes.
So, any other discussion on those? If not, all in favor of those three consensus policies, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed. Passes 7-0. Why don't we go right down the list? Let's start with 3610.
Okay, so 3610, I wanted us to talk about that and call attention to the average person wouldn't be able to tell that these words were removed. But in the first paragraph, in the second set of red changes, where it starts with academic, career, and developmental needs of the student population, words that the policy committee is suggesting that we remove are social and emotional before developmental needs of the population. Like I said in the policy committee meeting, is that none of us on the policy committee are counselors, have been to school for counseling, are a part of the Counseling American Schools Counselor Association, and have learned the national model. So who are we to be saying what words come out? Social and emotional learning is required by DPI. So just because we've removed the words doesn't mean that we're not doing it. And then just if you read through the rest of the verbiage in that paragraph, when it says the EG, for example, it says that the students will engage with talking about personal concerns individually or in a group. They would be talking about some things, for example, attendance, issues, forming healthy friendships, the need for more effective coping skills as they deal with the loss, for example. Those are all social and emotional concepts. So I don't know why we would take the wording out. And I wanted to make sure that everybody knew those words were missing there because it's not obvious that they were missing.
Okay. Is there someone who would like to speak to that from the opposing side, the opposing beliefs?
I can speak. We dealt with this in policy, came back and forth. I think we're beating a dead horse here. I make a motion that we accept policy code 3610 as it's written here.
We have a first?
Are we not discussing first, or are we just going straight from?
You can make a motion because then we have to just discuss it.
Yeah. Do we have a second?
But somebody has to second it. So.
I know. That's what I'm doing.
Second.
Okay, Ms. Mason seconds that. Let's go first and second. Okay, so now is there further discussion?
Yes.
Ms. Walker?
I just don't understand why we're just taking words out because we don't like them. I don't understand this at all. I feel like like to Ms. Grebel's point, just because you take a word out doesn't mean it's still not there in a sense. But taking it out, it's almost like saying you just don't like that word. I mean, and I think the direct quote that was sent to us over email was, "You're putting so much emphasis on social emotional development, makes me happy to just strike those words out." This is not how you do policy. I just don't understand why we were taking just words out because we don't like them. Can anybody answer that? Or, we pass some policy here. It's our job to do that. And I just don't know why we just are on a mission to just remove words. Anybody on policy committee want to answer that?
Barnhart?
I would like to have a work session so we can openly hash out where the disconnect is, because I promise you, I think that there's more common ground than we think. But until we're willing to have an open dialogue, then we're going to go to this back and forth. So looking at the counseling program, when the words were presented from NCSBA, the question became, is this a necessary change or a recommended change? And back and forth with distinction, there has been different interpretation to what that is allowed as far as social emotional curriculum and development means. And so when looking at this, the counselor program, so if you're evaluating a counselor on their job, if you feel as a parent that a counselor didn't meet the social emotional other needs, do they then have grounds in our policy to push back and say they're not doing their job? They didn't do it appropriately. They didn't do it right. So I'm curious, because from semantics, it was like both of these two things are the same thing. And since we're not willing to have an open dialogue between all of us to get on the same page, you're frustrated with semantics, we're frustrated with semantics. So are we willing to have an open dialogue and have like a work discussion about the different expectations of what these things are and what we do and not allowed to discuss, or not?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. McManus?
If you take it out, they're going to ask why we don't have it at all. We don't even have an opportunity to try to meet those needs. I can't imagine that a Board of Education would say and take out the counseling arena, academic, career, and developmental needs of our student population. I don't understand the rationale behind that whatsoever.
The academic, career, and developmental needs stays in. That stays in. It's not a takeout, it's a stay in.
I do not understand why any of it being removed. We just talked about our suspension rate, and we're going to argue over 3 words. I don't get the priority of what's becoming priorities here, and what I just think we're losing the focus and concept of what we're all about.
Ms. Walker?
Well, I mean, and to that point too, I mean, this is the will of the board if we want to meet to have a full-on session about what equity means and social emotional learning means, and I'm happy to do that. I mean, I just don't think taking the word equitable out and changing it to fair and consistent, I don't know if that's where that is.
Yeah, and I didn't point that one out, but thank you. It's in, sorry.
That's in the same policy, right? I mean,
It's in the same policy.
Graybill.
Sorry. Trying to help her find it.
Thank you. Well, I think really the bigger discussion is why are we removing these words?
Letter A.
I don't feel like this was a problem before, but I feel like that they're coming up because those particular words are there. And if I'm looking at the direct quote, it's like, it would make me happy just to strike them out. That just is not how we do business. I don't think that's how we should be doing business, just because we don't like a word. So, I mean, I'm opposed to the change, and I just don't see what the point is of making it. I guess that's all I have to say.
Okay, so what Ms. Walker was referring to is in letter A, in the second line, where it starts with support. The NCSBA gave us the wording, support equitable access to opportunities and rigorous and relevant curriculum for all students. And Ms. Bradford and Ms. Barnhart wanted to change equitable for fair and consistent. I looked those up in the dictionary, and they are not synonyms. And when I asked Ms. Bradford if she could, during the policy committee meeting, and anybody can go back and listen, she said that her throat hurt, and she had already explained it once, and she didn't want to explain it again. So maybe now that her throat doesn't hurt, she might want to talk about why those words mean something particular to her.
No, thank you.
All right, we have a first and we have a second. Is there any other discussion? It sounds like we're going to need to do a roll call on this one. Again, the motion was to pass policy 3610 as we see it in front of us, as amended.
Mr. Wildebohr?
Yes, ma'am.
And Jason, help me if I'm jumping in. I want to piggyback on what Ms. Barnhart offered up, was can we table making these changes until we do have a meeting to discuss and get on the same page of what equity means? I mean, so can I make a motion on top of his, or do we, because if we vote on his first, then I don't even get a chance to have mine heard.
It's not his.
Board members, there's a main motion on the floor, and if a member wants to make a motion to postpone, a member can certainly do that, whether it's to postpone until the next board meeting or to postpone indefinitely pending scheduling of a special called meeting.
Okay.
So then I would like to make a motion to table the motion that we just made until we have a chance to talk about equity in a special meeting, so that we're not changing the policy twice.
That's a 2/3 vote? No, it's
No.
a majority.
Simple majority.
Yeah,
Simple
simple
majority.
majority I got right here. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Ms. Watt. I was there. Okay, so we have a first and second to table policy 3610 until we can have a special called meeting
To discuss equity.
to discuss equity.
And social emotional learning.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Is there a further discussion on that? If not, Ms. Bowie, would you call the roll on that question?
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
Mr. McManus?
Yes.
Ms. Mason?
No.
Ms. Bradford?
No.
Mr. Wildebohr?
No.
Ms. Barnhart?
Yes.
And Ms. Craybill?
Yes.
So that passes 4-3. Correct? So that is tabled until we can call a meeting. Boy, it's going to be a late night. No, because we just postponed it. Yeah, you're welcome. And our second policy in front of us, let me erase my little board here, is 4720. That's right.
So I pulled that one off, and basically I want us to look at where am I? Sorry. The wording in 4720, yeah.
4720.
4720. It is the, trying to find it. No, there it is. It is in the first paragraph and there is where the big block comes in, as described in more detail below. A parent or eligible student must provide prior written consent before the student is required to participate in a survey involving a protected topic. If a survey does not involve a protected topic, parents or eligible students must be given the opportunity to opt out of the survey. And if you keep reading through, there's several other changes that support that, but I just wanted to call to the attention to the board that did not have a chance to watch the policy committee meeting, that this is essentially saying that for every survey that we give, parents, we took that out. If a survey does not involve a protected topic, parents have the right to opt out of a survey. But we keep going down further, and we basically said, and maybe I'm misunderstanding this yet again, but that we have to, like in A, number 2, little letter C, parental consent, the second paragraph, in all those paragraphs is that a parent has to opt in, to every single survey, and versus that we have some opt out. So if I'm explaining that wrong, please help me out, Ms. Barnhart, on that. But this is a